All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. Let me know if you guys can hear and see everything okay. We are in a new location with a new backdrop and a kind of new setup. So, fingers crossed, we don't have any technical issues today. But let me know, how's the audio sounding? How is the video looking? Let me know if everything is sounding and looking good. And happy weekend, everybody, or maybe Monday, depending where in the world you are. I'm going to go ahead and start saying hello to people before we get started and crack open my beverage. I saw that Ray, who's Axis of Anarchy, said that you have a Revelberry yerba mate. And of course, so do I. So I'm going to crack mine open for some caffeination today. Bam. Cheers, everybody. Yum. All right, let's go ahead and say hello. Hi, Tracy, Gail, Debbie, Anya, Antoinette, Carrie, Lauren, Rabina, Fatima, Regina, Fangirl of Plenty. Hi, Peyton. Hi, Ray and Bridget. Hi, Rebecca. Happy Mother's Day, by the way, to everybody out there. I see my mom is here with us today. So happy Mother's Day to my mom and all of the other mamas in the chat. I hope you guys are having a lovely Sunday. And thank you so much for spending some of your Mother's Day here with me. Hi, Tracy and Natasha. Hi, Carrie. Let's see, who else is in here? Did I already say hi to Donna? Hi, Caddis. Hello, hello. Hi, Monica. Bridget got her Book Nook sticker collection yesterday and was so excited. I am so happy to hear that. I've been seeing so many people receiving this month's Book Nook Patreon rewards in the last week. Those shipped out on Monday. So I've been seeing those trickling in, and I'm so excited that everybody is enjoying that collection so much. Lauren said, I feel like you need a neon Planning with Kay sign in the background. I know, right? We have this whole like middle space here. So we're still going to be figuring out some fun things for this whole backdrop. Right now, I just filled it with just like things I already had, some stationery items. I got my bullet journals up here and whatnot. But I'm having so much fun setting up this new live stream space. So on Monday, we finally moved into our new home, our final landing place. For anybody who has been keeping up with me, we moved to Florida from Portland, Oregon at the beginning of April. We spent a month in a sort of in between place, staying at my brother in law's house. And we finally got our own place, signed the lease, and moved in on Monday. It is so nice. I'm so grateful for this new home. And we've been starting to assemble furniture and get things set up. So we started with the live stream room. That's like the first thing. The office and the live stream room are the first things that we set up. But yeah, I'm so excited to have like a nice kind of aesthetic looking background for the live streams. So happy you guys are liking it. And I'm so excited to be back here for a live stream today. Really quick, my audio is looking a little bit quieter than I'm used to. I think it's still in a good range, but definitely let me know if I should like boost up the volume at all, if I should boost the gain up, if it sounds like it's a little far away or anything like that. I think it's probably good, but I always notice the like little level differences with each setup. So if anything is sounding like muffled or quiet, if you have a hard time hearing anything, definitely let me know. Lauren said that Luna needs to be on the Luna shelf again for the stream. I know maybe I think she's sleeping like in the bedroom or something, but Luna has been loving these shelves, and she has a little like throne here with some photos and a painting of her. So maybe I'll ask Jake to bring in Luna, see if she'll hang out with us today. I'll actually ask him right now. All right. So today, as you see from the title and the thumbnail, we are going to start designing a brand new sticker collection. I am so excited about this because my patrons over on patreon.com/planningwithkay voted for the new theme this month, and we decided to go with a like Mediterranean inspired sticker theme, specifically focusing on lemons and these really fun tile designs, these like iconic uh, Mediterranean blue and yellow tiles. So I gathered some reference photos here. And also, Cherie sent me a board that she created as well. Cherie is always an MVP in creating Pinterest boards for each of my themes that I end up doing. But she also created an awesome Mediterranean, lemon, blue tile, Italy inspired Pinterest board. So I have lots of good references to work with today. This is literally the very first design session of the sticker collection. So we're going to have fun starting from the very beginning, starting with just the idea of this theme that we want to do, and starting at square one and beginning to create some stickers. Um, Holly said, "Is this a new desk area?" Yes, Holly. So on Monday, we moved into our new home, and this is the new live stream room. And we have a Luna delivery.
Hello.
Come here. Come here, my darling.
She's so sleepy.
Come here, my
She
darling.
was just sleeping in the closet.
Were you sleeping? We want to see you get on your little Luna shelf. There you go. Perfect. Look how cute she is. Oh, man. Antoinette said, like, I feel like it's more Greek, like Santorini. Definitely. There's a lot of different countries that kind of lend inspiration to this theme. I was doing a little bit of research on like where these tiles originate, kind of like what part of the world these different pictures are that I'm looking at. And it extends through a bunch of the different Mediterranean countries. The camera or the tiles I've noticed are also like there's a lot of Turkish influence in the tiles. And location wise, Santorini was, oh, I see Antoinette said Santorini is definitely a location that came up a lot, as well as, let me see here. Is Santorini what's like at the very southern most part of Italy? Let me see here. Oh, Sicily. So it's very Sicilian as well, which is like the lower kind of island off of Italy. But yeah, so we have a lot of different like kind of influences that we can look at for this collection. I'm generally kind of calling it like Mediterranean inspired because it definitely is not singular to one certain country. Natasha said in Portugal, we have a lot as well. So we got some Portuguese influence. Antoinette said, I can see the Isle of Capri. Holly asked, what camera do you use and what's the red lens for? Ray, you're absolutely right. The red on my lens is simply the reflection of my red shirt showing up. And the camera that I use is a Fujifilm X-T20. Fujifilm X-T20. Hello, Oma. Happy Mother's Day. Welcome to the stream. I have my mom and my grandma on the stream right now for a true Mother's Day. And I have my child hanging out with me as well. So we have 4 generations of of mamas hanging out here, which, well, I guess maybe 3 generations of mamas. And obviously I'm just a cat mom, so it doesn't quite count, but we'll let it count for today. Okay. I love getting some kind of information from you guys about the different cities and countries that are associated with this kind of like lemon blue tile look. I feel like we're going to continue to uh, kind of get educated throughout this theme about these different regions. So that is going to be very, very fun. Hello, Ray Beth. Welcome in. So happy to have you here. I know you have had such an awful week with losing your fur babies, and I've just been thinking about you, sending you so many, thoughts of love and support. Um, and I know that we all are, and sending our condolences, but just so happy to have you here. Hi, Cherie. Happy Mother's Day. Welcome in, Cherie. I feel like I haven't seen you in too many live streams recently, Cherie. We've really missed you. I got your Pinterest board, so I got some of your reference photos in my Pinterest board here as well. But yeah, so happy that you're here with us today. Okay, so I already have references here. So we really can just like jump right into this new collection. And I think the way I want to start is by creating some of these tiles because I have a mental image in my head of what I want to do for this collection. And I'm definitely thinking heavy on the tile inspiration as some backgrounds for our different like main headers that I create for each sticker collection, with the lemons coming in as like foreground. Luna, where are you going? Luna's exploring these shelves. Yeah, good girl. That's the one for you. Oh, I love that we have Luna in the background now. And you can actually see her because she's on like a light backdrop. If Luna's in like a black box, it's so difficult to see her. Look at what a little flat pancake she is back there. Hi, Ruby. Welcome in. Yeah, so where I want to start is maybe even creating like a full page of different tiles. And then we can grab those tiles and use them throughout this collection. We can also use the symmetry tool for the tiles as well. So I think it'll be a really fun, kind of easy way to ease into this theme. We have so much good inspiration to go off of. And we can just like jump right into making some tiles. So let's pull up Procreate. This is where I design all of my sticker collections. Hello, Ravarella. Welcome in, and no worries being late. Perfect timing. We're just about to get into it. Okay. So let's give myself a file to start working with here. Let me also double check really quick that I'm liking my camera settings before we jump in. Maybe bump my highlights up a touch like that. Okay. So the other thing that I need to decide jumping right into this collection is what brush I'm going to be using. I've really been loving these textured brushes for the last few months. Let me grab a blue color just to get us started here. But yeah, I've been really loving these textured brushes, um, kind of moving a little bit more away from the super clean graphic look and going into more of like a painterly style. So that's what I did for my Home Sweet Home collection that I designed in March. I used that Spectra brush right here, which has a lot of really beautiful texture. And I also did that something similar for my ramen and sushi collection. Here I used the 6B pencil, which also gave a lot of really beautiful texture in the artwork. So I'm thinking something similar for this collection, doing something with a little bit of texture, almost mimicking the kind of like hand painted look of these tiles. Because that is the beautiful thing about this tile work is a lot of the times, maybe all of the times in these traditional tiles, they are hand painted. So I'm kind of trying to mimic that same look today. Taylor Swift starts in 22 minutes and Paramore is on right now. I'm multi-watching her and your stream as well. The Eras Tour in Paris on YouTube. That is awesome, Holly. What a fun live stream day for you. I love that. So we have the Spectra brush and then we also have this pencil brush. I'm really loving this Spectra brush. So I am gonna use that. I accidentally did that on the wrong layer, so let me give myself a new file again. So, new layer. All right, yeah, and the Spectre brush is a new favorite of mine, so I feel pretty good about going with that one. So now I just need to give myself a bunch of squares to work with. Ray is also asking what category is Spectra under? Let's see here. I'm going to go here and then find. It is in the painting category. In the painting category, Spectra. And I usually do the same adjustments to my brushes almost every time I use one, where I like to up the streamline, which just makes the stroke a bit smoother, basically. Oftentimes, I'll also max out the maximum size here so that I can get it as big as I want. And for the most part, that's it. Sometimes, depending on the initial settings, I'll also change these Apple Pencil parameters for the pressure. So it just means that the harder I push down, the bigger the brush will get and the more opaque the brush will get, or it'll get more or less see-through. So that's what makes it so that if I press down lightly, it delivers a nice light color. And if I press down hard, it gives me the color at full strength. So just some common adjustments I make to my brushes. All right, let's open Pinterest over on the side here. And we really can't go wrong with this tile inspiration. So I'm just going to pull up one at a time. I'm not going to be exactly mimicking any of these tiles. I'm just going to use them as inspiration. So in general, whenever I'm using reference images from Pinterest, I am making a very deliberate, conscious effort to not copy anything directly. And that's also why I like to look at my references almost from afar like this, so I can kind of take bits and pieces here and there to create my own artwork. I'm not going to be like zooming in super detailed and mimicking these tiles exactly. So it's always an important thing when working with references is you just want to make sure that you're not directly copying anything you're seeing, just using it as a guide, you know. So do I want to do perfect squares for these, or do I want to make them a little bit more textured along the outside? This is my first question. I'm going to fill this in with white. I think I'll make them just perfect squares. I think that'll be nice and easy. Holly said, I have a question about Procreate with my drawings. Should I try a black and white version? I've never done it on my iPad, but thought, is it hard or is color easier for portraits? So I actually find black and white, and I think a lot of artists find black and white is actually a bit easier. And it's a good way to, it's a good like, what am I trying to say? It's like a good educational tool when creating art. What's really great about uh, doing black and white or grayscale illustrations, Holly, is that because you're not having to worry about color, it makes it really easy to distinguish between your highlights and your shadows. And it basically means that you're more likely to achieve good contrast in your illustration if you're only working, and you actually don't even need to use just black and white. You can also just do like a monochrome illustration with one color but ranging from dark to light. It's the same exact thing as doing a black and white illustration. The color you're choosing is just black, and then you're using lighter and darker versions of that color. But yeah, it's a good way to understand shadow and highlight and creating good contrast and visual interest in your illustration. So I think working in black and white is a really great way to create art. It's a great tool. And once you create a black and white illustration, you can also then add color into it after the fact. You know, once you have your shadows and highlights laid out, you can then kind of do like a wash of color on top of it. Especially in Procreate, you can do a new layer on top with a different blend mode here, like color, and you'll maintain the lights and darks and just kind of overlay some color on top. So, hope you have some fun with that, Holly. All right, so I'm just creating some, for now, bigger tiles. I can always make these smaller, but I can't quite as easily make them larger. So that's why I'm going to start off with some larger tiles that I can shrink down if I need to. All right, so 3, 6, 9, 12. We're going to start with 12 tiles and go from there. The other thing we need to do is pick some colors. So again, looking at my different references here, I'm going to, oh, you know what I can even do is I can download this image. Can I save it? Okay, what I'm actually going to do is a little screenshot. So you screenshot this. Save. And now I'm going to go to my palettes here, and I'm going to create a new palette from photos. Now I'm going to grab that photo. All right, and now I have a bunch of different yellow and blue tones in here to start to figure out my color scheme. Blue and yellow are definitely our overwhelming colors here. Um, they're a little bit more muted from this photo. So what I'm going to do, what I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to start creating these and put every color on a different layer. And what that's going to do, it's going to give me some freedom to change my colors. So I don't need to worry about having my exact colors chosen yet. I can just go off of these to start with, and then I'll have each of those colors on a separate layer so I can like easily adjust those colors if need be. I think that's the way I'm going to do it. There are definitely some colors in here I don't want. So I'm just going to kind of fine tune my palette here a little bit. And I'm also going to insert in some um, slightly more saturated bright yellows. So let me go here and I'm just choosing some other yellow tones and bringing those in here instead of some of these more muted colors that I'm not quite as interested in. Ray said the yellow in these tend to lean slightly closer to green. It looks a little more muted, but I feel like it evokes the feeling of citrus a lot more and balances it quite a bit. I love that insight, Ray, and also such a good point that we will have the lemons coming into this theme, which are going to have green on them. Green is going to kind of be an accent color in this collection. Blue, yellow, and white are going to be kind of our core colors. And then the green is going to come in as little accents on our lemons for like the stems and leaves. So, very good point where, like, these yellows are definitely reading as more green and muted down here. And that is such a good point that that is intentional and is really going to lend itself well to the citrus element in this collection. Ray said, I am a color theory nerd. I love that. That's so helpful for me, Ray. Okay, so I think I'm ready to just start jumping in here. I'm going to use my symmetry tool for these. So I'm going to turn on my drawing guide. I have symmetry here. And I'm actually going to do, if I look at all of these tiles, they have quadrant symmetry. So what that means is it's not only symmetric left and right, but also top and bottom. So basically, I just need to draw 1/4 of this square and then just mirror that across the rest and get a nice symmetric tile look. So I'm going to put that in the center of one of our tiles, and I think I'm ready to get going. It's always fun when a collection has some kind of more simple graphic motif to work on, um, like these tiles, because it's a really easy way to kind of like get warmed up and just get going with the design. So I'm very excited to jump in. And I'm really inspired by all of these kind of floral tiles to start with. So I think we'll start with one of those. And again, using my Spectra brush, let's make sure I have a size I like. And again, just kind of like peeking at all of these different tiles for inspiration here. So let me make this a little bit smaller. All right. And let's get going. I feel like this is going to be kind of meditative, almost like creating mandalas. Very similar process. And I'm going to take advantage of the way that this brush can be lighter or darker depending on how hard I press down. So we can get all sorts of fun colors in here. Okay, I am realizing though that I'm not doing this in the layers I said I wanted. So let's create a new layer. This is going to have my yellow. Let's turn on the symmetry there, and then we'll have a blue layer. Okay. All right, and then a blue layer. Let's grab a blue for this, maybe this one here. Again, looking at all of the different fun shapes that are showing up in these references. And these tiles are going to come in throughout the rest of this collection. So I can take my time creating these, because once I have these done, it'll make my job a lot easier as I continue with these designs. And these tiles really are kind of the focus point of this collection. All right, let's grab the yellow again. And you can also see I'm not going in with a sketch or anything before this. Kind of just going kind of free flowing with these designs, since you really can't go wrong with these. You know, they're essentially, we're just kind of like building out some patterns. I'm going to do little lines here basically to map out where my petals are going to go. But yeah, so it's like as long as I fill the tile, it's going to look good. So I don't need to overthink any of this too much. I'm also trying to think, have I ever done a yellow and blue theme before? No worries, Raybeth. The Spectra brush is under the painting category here. So under the painting category is where you'll find this Spectra brush. And I did talk about kind of how I change the settings of my brushes typically. So if you missed that and want to see that, you can back up in the stream a little bit. Let's see, I'm going to scoot my square a little bit to be symmetric around this symmetry line I have a little bit more. I just need to nudge it ever so slightly to the right. And then a little bit up. Okay, I think right about there. Okay, right there. Perfect. Somebody said that this reminds them of when they were in Alhambra. Let me see here. Oh, Rabarella said this collection reminds me of the time I went to Alhambra in Spain. It was so majestical in real life. And my mom said that Kayla and I went to Alhambra in Spain in 2013 and it was magical. Really was. And it's funny you mentioned that because just I've been coming across different like memory boxes in our moves, and I found this little box of mementos from that trip that I kept that I totally forgot that I even had. So it was I had like kind of different pamphlets and stuff from the different places that we visited. It was a nice little trip down memory lane. Natasha said, in Spain and Portugal, there are many buildings covered in tiles painted with geometric shapes. They're part of the Arab influence because the Iberian Peninsula has a lot of Arab influence. Fascinating. Yeah, was doing a little bit of Google searching on the origins of these types of tiles, and I saw that, and it just seems like there's a very rich history behind these, and all sorts of different cultures that have their own tile work. That's all in some ways kind of like all fused together to create like all of these kind of like iconic tile designs that we think of. Oh, Holly, you sent me some Pinterest inspiration. Let me go to my messages here. Yes, got it. Love that. I love these colors, Holly. Thank you. I'm going to save these to my board here. Oops. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much, Holly. And anyone is always welcome to send me inspiration pictures on Pinterest, and I'll save them to my board. All right, let's get a kind of darker, more golden yellow and start incorporating this in here as well. I love working with the symmetry tool, by the way. It is always just so satisfying. And here you can see right away how bringing in this other yellow tone is instantly bringing some really fun kind of definition to some of these designs. And I'm loving the Spectre brush with this. It's definitely giving me that hand-painted look that I was hoping to achieve. Let's grab a lighter blue as well. And let's bring that in. And again, just kind of glancing around at all of these fun designs I'm seeing here. While also, again, kind of trying to keep this my own as well. I'm not trying to perfectly mimic anything I'm seeing. We also need to turn on the symmetry tool on each layer that we're working on. Did anyone watch the show Fallout? Jake and I just finished the first and only season that's out right now, and we're thoroughly obsessed with it. And it's always rough finding a show you really like that only has one season when you don't even know when the next season is going to come out. It's like torture. But man, that was a good show. And now I've actually started playing Fallout as well. I remember my brother playing Fallout when we were younger, but I wasn't super into video games when I was a kid, but as an adult, I'm a bit of a gamer girl. But man, I love that show. Hi, Carrie. Welcome in. Ray said, I'm a big fan of the video game, so I definitely watched it, but at least we do know it's been renewed. Yes, I saw that, Ray. Thank God. And know it's the second season is going to come eventually, but probably not for a while. And even if you're not interested in video games at all or the video game Fallout, watch the show. I feel like you don't need to be interested in the game at all. But man, it was just so good. It was so good. Definitely a little bit gruesome. So if that's not your thing, maybe not the show for you. But I think it was a good balance with the gruesome parts. You know, it is like a show that takes place in a post-apocalyptic world, like a world post-nuclear warfare. So anytime something takes place in a world like that, you know it's going to have some gruesome parts. All right, we're getting close with this one here. I really could do like even more of a symmetry with these two. I could have it like eight quadrants of symmetry. So I might play around with that in in the next ones. Oh, I did these on the wrong layer accidentally. So I'm going to cut and paste just these yellow little bits I did. Bring those down to my dark yellow layer. And actually, I'm going to take those out. All right. That is definitely looking like a tile. I'm also, for my eraser, I'm also going to set that to the Spectra brush. So that way I can kind of go in with the eraser to lightly refine or lighten some of these shapes here. Like that. Let's go in with a little bit more of this dark blue. Beautiful. Let's move on to another. So for each of these, I'm going to have to move my, oh, actually, you know what? Instead of moving my drawing guide, what I'll do is I'll just grab what I drew and drag it down to a new tile. That way I don't have to move my drawing guide each time. And instead I can just move my design. Should be a little bit easier. All right, for this one, let's try doing the radial. Oh, okay. Well, that ended up moving my symmetry line anyways. But I want to try this radial symmetry, which gives me like 8 different quadrants of symmetry. So let's put that there. Let's grab this guy and center it on my symmetry line. All right, and how about for this one, we fill the entire tile in with light blue first. So happy you guys are liking this so far. And also, I just have to say, there's 60 people here. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Who here is a first-time watcher of one of my live streams? If this is your first live stream, sound off in the chat. I'd love to know if we got some new folks joining in. I've also been noticing a lot of new patrons this month, which is so exciting. I love seeing new people join my Patreon community since it's like my favorite part of the internet. But yeah, if you're a new patron this month, if this is your first live stream, let me know in the chat. Also, some more appreciation for Luna. She's so cute back there. I'm so happy I have some good shelves in the back so we can have Luna in the camera. Makes me so happy. It's Vanessa's first time watching. Well, welcome, Vanessa. So happy to have you here. Okay, so I'm going to fill this whole tile in with a light blue. And how about let's even kind of make it a little bit darker towards the outside and then get lighter in the middle. You can see right away the super fun texture that this brush gives us. Look at that. Already it looks like tile-y. I love it. Okay, and then we're also going to have a layer of white as well. Let me actually grab this and bring it to the bottom layer. And then let's do another layer for white. Okay, so this one I want to do like a quadrant type look. So how about we start something like this. Kind of looking at this one for inspiration there. And then let's grab a darker blue. I am loving these colors already, so that's great. And I noticed some of the references do have green come into the tiles, but I think I'll probably keep green to the lemon details and leave it out of the tile work. But there is always a chance I could change my mind there. Okay, I'm actually going to undo that white I did. I want to do something a little different here. Okay, let's start with, I'm really loving these kind of braided look. Maybe for a different one. Let's go back to my dark blue. Okay, so you can see how this quadrant symmetry is making my life very easy here. If you have an iPad, I highly recommend playing around with the symmetry tool. It is just so fun and so effective. I know, isn't that satisfying? It's satisfying for me to create as well. All right, let's grab some white. Put that on this layer. So that way we can do something like this. Hey, Peyton, welcome in. All right. What do I want to do next? Let's go in with some more of that dark blue. Let's see. Again, just looking at all of my different references here. They all give me ideas and I can really kind of like mix and match things. Oh, this is so satisfying. So satisfying. Let's go in with some more white. A little bit of a smaller brush. This is why it's really nice to have all these things on separate layers. So if I want to just erase some of this white, I can very easily do so without messing with any of that blue. So that's why I'm really trying to stick to keeping all of the different colors on their different layers. Just makes my life a lot easier. All right, I think we're ready for some yellow. So let's do, let's see. Like that. Let's maybe even fill some of these spaces in with yellow. So maybe we can start laying in some yellow here. No, maybe in here. Oh, I need to plug my iPad in. 1 second while I grab my iPad charger. All right, Fatima said, I thought this was going to be a blue only tile. I definitely can make this a blue only tile if you would prefer. Because I was liking it only blue. So how about we do make this an only blue tile? I'm going to bring in some of this lighter blue. Slightly different blue tone. Aubrey said, is this the deco sheet and any ideas about the header sheet? So really this isn't like a specific sheet right now because these are going to be kind of the base for everything in this collection. So we will probably have decorative stickers with just these individual tiles, but these are also then going to form kind of like a mosaic background for our main headers, Aubrey. So my idea for the headers is to have the tile incorporated into the background with the lemons coming in as our foreground focus subjects. So the exact details of how that's going to happen will come into play once we start bringing these into some headers. But that's where I figured I'll start by making a bunch of tiles, and then we can start bringing those in to create our headers. And by the way, I'm planning on streaming today for probably about 4 hours. Beautiful. All right, we're getting close to done with this one. It's all those little extra intricate details that I feel like really, really make it. Hi, Maria. Welcome in. All right. I feel like that looks great. So let's go ahead and move that and create another one. All right. Beautiful. This is so much fun. All right. How about we give one some big yellow shapes to start with? Kind of inspired by this one here. Don't worry, Holly. All of your messages are coming through. You said, I have a gut feeling about this tour. Can't quite place it, but I've always been right, and I feel good about the last night in Paris. Can I share my views? Of course, Holly. Okay, let's go on this yellow layer. All right, so maybe something like that to start with. Fatima said, thank you for starting the sticker designing on an all Patreon live stream. You are so welcome. I've been trying to balance my live streaming between the all patron live streams, which includes free patrons. So if you like the live streams, I do live stream on Patreon 7 times a month. And I've been trying to open up at least one of those to all patrons, which has been really fun. And also trying to do more sticker designing in these public live streams like this one today, because these are just so much fun. And like most of the Patreon live streams are sticker designing, but I love to share some of that process publicly with you guys as well. So very happy you've been appreciating that, Fatima. All right. Going in with some blue. And using my eraser to sharpen up that shape. Oh, we'll see if you're right, Holly. That's got to be fun to try to make guesses based on little Taylor Swift clues like that. Cute. Something like that. Maybe now we'll do a yellow flower in the middle. Like that. Now let's grab a lighter blue and maybe try to do some of these like swirly leafy shapes here, because those are pretty cool. Let's see what I can. More yellow coming right up, Fatima. So I think maybe we have another of these kind of this shape coming in. Luna, are you getting in the closet? Oh, Lord. Luna, you're being a little menace. All right, there we go. That came together nicely. All right, I feel like that looks, what do you think? Does that look done? I feel like that looks pretty much done. Let me just add a little bit of the lighter blue in here. The pattern in the middle reminds you of the Walmart logo. It's low-key Walmart coded. All right, beautiful. Next. I think this might be one of the most satisfying sticker collections, at least so far. So far, this is like peak satisfying. All yellow next. Let's do it. Although, I will say I don't see as many all yellow. And we are going to have the yellow lemons coming on top as the accent. So I don't know. Should I do an all yellow tile? I'm also going to do a little search here of Mediterranean tiles just to get even more references. These ones have a little bit more color in them. Okay, let's see. So I see some suggestions for deep blues as the primary color, a tile with deep blues as the primary, all deep blue and white, dark blue only, dark blue and white. Do the whole background dark blue with white decor. Okay, I love these ideas. Here are some good references here. All right, so let's grab a nice deep dark blue. Turn on our symmetry tool. Let's see. Natasha sent some references on Instagram. You go check that out. Oh, beautiful references. Love those. Lauren, I'm going to be streaming for probably around 4 hours total today. Okay, this is where these kind of white, tangled kind of patterns would be stunning here. Let's see if we can create something like that. Here we go. Beautiful. I also like these kind of like leafy designs here. So let's try a little bit of that. Maybe we do another one of those coming off of here. Hey, Tara, welcome in. So happy to see you. Here's what we've been working on so far today. Stunning. These are so fun. Okay, gonna add a little bit of a slightly more saturated blue in here. And darken it along the outsides. Tuttle asked, am I using any kind of drawing screen cover? Yes, I use the paper-like screen protector / drawing cover. I think it's like pretty much the most popular one out there. Okay. I mean, I feel like that one's pretty much done. Maybe I'll add a little bit of a lighter blue just coming in kind of selectively. Make some things pop. Maybe like that. Fatima asked, is this going to be June's sticker collection? Yes. So this is going to ship out to patrons at the beginning of June. If you're pledged to Patreon in June. So that's how my shipping schedule has been working this year is whatever sticker collection I'm designing in 1 month, it gets shipped out to patrons the next month. So if you join Patreon this month, you'll receive the Book Nook sticker collection, which is this whole theme here, this like book and plant theme. So this is this month's Patreon rewards, and then this one is going to be next month's Patreon rewards. Exactly, Fatima. So if you want to receive this collection specifically, join one of the $15, $25, or $30 Patreon tiers on June 1st. I've been shipping the first shipment in the first week of the month. So the first like few days of the month are pretty much safe to pledge to make that first shipment. I've been exporting out the first shipment around maybe the 4th or 5th. So in the first few days of June, if you go ahead and join my Patreon, then your stickers will ship out in the first week of June. And if you join now, if you join this month, you'll get the Book Nook collection sent to you in the next week. Actually, if you join today, your stickers will probably ship tomorrow because I'm doing a shipment tomorrow. And then if you decide to stay a patron, your pledge will renew on June 1st for June. And then that's what will qualify you for this collection. So if you like the Book Nook collection and you want to receive that one, and let me actually, here I can pull up the image of that whole collection here on Patreon. Loading. Here we go. Okay, so here's my Patreon. But oh, let me not show all of those. Let's see here. Let me go to Book Nook. So these are printables that are available on Patreon, and $15 and up is for the sticker deliveries. The $15 level gets you 4 sticker sheets. The $25 level gets you 6 sticker sheets, and the $30 level gets 7 to 8 sticker sheets. Okay, here it is. But here is the entire Book Nook collection. So if you join the $30 tier this month, you'll be sent all of these sticker sheets in the mail. If you join the $25 tier, you'll be sent these sticker sheets. And if you join the $15 tier, you'll receive these sticker sheets. So that's if you join Patreon this month. And then if you keep your pledge through June, so on June 1st, you would then be charged for June. Then you will be sent these stickers in the beginning of June. I'll have to consider doing a more muted color variation, Fatima, of some of my collections for you to also appeal to everybody else who prefers more muted, minimal color schemes. So excited to hear about everybody who's joined Patreon this month. Thank you guys so much for the support and the enthusiasm around my artwork and my stickers. It makes me just the happiest little creator in the whole world. So thank you guys. Okay, I think this one looks good to go. Just kind of making some of these different blues pop here. All right, gorgeous. All right, let's move that down or over here. And oops, start working on another. All right, what should this next one be? I'm liking the looks of like this one here. So maybe I'll use that as some inspiration. Let's start with a nice dark blue shape. Good morning, Olympia. Welcome in. So happy to see you. You're ready to leave for work. So happy you're here. I hope we can keep you company at work. Yes, let's do something circular, Vanessa. I like that idea. All right, so let's start with a nice big dark blue circle. Let's give that a yellow circle inset. Let's do some of these kind of rectangular shapes coming out from this. Again, glancing around at all of my different inspiration picks here. Let's actually do that over with the same dark, deep blue instead. With a flower outline in the center. Yes, like I really like these ones here with the kind of, it's got like a blue center and then some kind of outlined flowers. Like that. Then let's go in with my eraser. To do a little bit of this. And also define some of these, the inside of these petals a little bit. Like that. Okay. Let's also give myself a little bit of white space here between the yellow and blue. Oh, Gina said for inspiration, look up the Toperniki, sorry for pronunciation, palace in Turkey. My mom said, I woke up this morning and I thought that a white color variation of the peonies would be amazing and it would pair great with this. Ooh, a white color variation. That's a fun idea. I never even thought about that before. Okay, I feel like I misspelled this. Let me see here. Let me Google it really quick. Is it the Topkapi Palace? That's what's coming up for me. Like when I Google it, it wants to correct it to this Topkapi in Istanbul. Oh, all sorts of fun. Oh, wow. Yeah. All sorts of this kind of stuff in there. Okay. Well, that's very cool. Beautiful. A lot of the same types of references coming up for that one as well. Let me save some of these to my board here. All right, we need some more yellow to come into this. Maybe I'll do this slightly darker yellow to start. I like these kind of, again, like geometric yellow lines. So let's try doing something like that. Olympia said these also look very Moroccan. Yeah, when I was looking at the origin of this tile style, there's a lot of different countries that they kind of fuse from. It's like a fusion of different cultural inspirations, but I did see that Moroccan tiles were one of them that look similar to this. So that's another great thing I can look up. But it was very cool to see how it's not like one singular culture or location that has this style. Which I guess makes sense because of all the different influences that formed all of these different regions. It's like a kind of a melting pot of influence. Beautiful. Let's do some more of that dark blue outline here. All right, and I really liked, where did I see it? Oh, here, where underneath there's like some blue circles kind of coming in. So I'm actually going to grab this kind of brighter, lighter blue and see about having it kind of go underneath like this. I like that, but where do I want it to? How far do I want it to go? Maybe like that. Okay, actually, I think maybe I want to get rid of this bit here to leave some room for this shape underneath, because I really liked that. All right, I like that. Oh, Natasha, no need to apologize. Your English is excellent, and so are your color descriptions. So I feel like I've been totally understanding everything you've been describing. Let's bring in some more of this blue. Bring it in here. Hi, Jordan. Welcome in. Okay, trying to think about where I want to go from here with these corner spaces. Because I could go for something a little bit more filled in. I could even grab maybe like one of these lighter blues. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, Fatima, you really want me to put some K's in here. I hear you. I hear you. Let's see what I can do. That's kind of a sneaky K. There we go. Okay, I like that, Fatima. I know. I thought the K shapes wouldn't really match these tiles, but actually that looks great. Yeah, it looks similar to those kind of like leafy shapes. All right. How are we doing with this here? I think we're getting pretty close. All right, Holly, let's see. I'm very curious if your predictions about the show you're watching right now are going to be correct. And for anyone wondering, Holly is watching the Taylor Swift Paris Eras Tour show right now. Can't forget about my yerba. All right. What do we think about that? Done. Okay. On to the next. So let's grab this, move it down here. Beautiful. All right, let's zoom it out here and see what we need next. So we've got 3 that are yellow and blue. So maybe let's do another one that's all blue, but maybe with a white background. Let's choose a slightly different blue, maybe this more saturated one. White with thin blue detail. Love that. Ooh, I love this one where it has these dots. Let's start with that because I'm really loving that. What layer am I even making this on? This layer. Let's bring some of the lighter blue in here as well. Yes, Holly, I did see your dress on Instagram actually, and it was so beautiful. This is such a like meditative process. This is so lovely. I know. I'm loving the colors too. I really enjoy working with like a minimal, limited color scheme. And this theme just lends itself so perfectly to that. Okay, I'm going to sprinkle some of this darker blue in here. Make some things pop a little bit. All right, what do we think about that one? Done? I feel like done. All right, oops. There we go. I was missing, I had a layer hidden. Okay, let's bring that one down here. All right, on to the next. Vanessa said light, sunny, yellow next. Okay, yeah, let's do one that's more focused in on the yellow. What I'll do is I'll do a nice like big space of yellow. So let's do this nice light yellow. Hey, Melly, welcome in, by the way. I don't know if I saw you earlier, but hello. Something like that. And what about also maybe these shapes I'm seeing here, which is kind of like this. Let's grab some of this. Or actually, let's just erase some of this here. Give myself a lighter yellow in the middle of these shapes. Let's grab a darker, more golden yellow and bring that in almost like an outline. Oh no, Karen, not an ant emergency. Ooh, ants in the cabinets. Yikes. I'm glad you're able to sit and enjoy the stream now. That is no fun. No fun at all. Okay, I'm going to bring some blue in here. I want blue to be more of an accent color here. Let's see. Okay, kind of like that. All right, let's see. What's next for this one? Should I bring in some of the darker blue or should I keep it to this more light color scheme? Maybe little touches of the darker blue. Okay, no dark. I hear you guys. No dark. Let's keep it to the light. Maybe even bring in some of this, oops, even lighter. Yeah, I've been needing to get used to living in a buggy place now that I live in Florida. I don't mind bugs too much. There's just certain ones that I would rather they didn't invade my personal space. You know? Yeah, lots of cockroaches. We've I've we've so far haven't found a ton of bugs in our house, which is good. Um, we did find like some dead bugs, and we've had one cockroach, but I've been told this is just kind of like a fact of life here in Florida, you know. There are bugs. But yeah, I'm not too squeamish with bugs. I'm the bug. I'm the one that handles the bugs in our house versus Jake. Like he calls me over to dispose of any bug intruders. Which is funny because Jake is the one who's from Florida. Vanessa said some more light yellow. So Cherie, yeah, you haven't been in the streams recently. So we moved to Florida at the beginning of April. On April 6th, we moved from Portland to Florida. And then on Monday of this week, we moved into like our final home that we're actually living in now long term. We were staying with my brother-in-law for the first month in his house, and now we're like fully settled into our new spot. Hey, Anthony, welcome. Oh my God, Anthony, I have been loving seeing your Instagram and I am just so proud of you. You've been killing it. I've been seeing you, get into college and it looks like you've been getting some like sponsor or what's it called? Scholarships and stuff like that for film. Um, Man, I'm just so proud of you, Anthony. It's been so cool. Like I remember when you started high school, because you've now like been in our community for so long. Um Yeah, so I don't know, it's just been really awesome seeing you succeed and do so incredibly well, Anthony, and I'm so excited for you to go to college. Congratulations. Yeah, it feels good to finally be in our final landing place. It's been so beginning of February is when we decided we were going to move, like February 6th. So we had 2 months of kind of like move out disarray where you're like we're getting rid of all of our stuff, packing our house up in Portland. And then April 6th, we finally moved. And then March 6th is when we moved into this house, or May 6th. So basically, since beginning of February, we've been in moving mode. Um, and it's literally just now that we finally have been able to start settling in. It's like we've just been living out of boxes and suitcases the last couple months. And yeah, it just feels so good to like finally have signed a lease, finally be in our final house. It's so nice too. It's crazy how different renting is here compared to Portland. Obviously, the West Coast is like crazy expensive, crazy housing crisis. And it's not that that isn't the case everywhere, but just relatively, like the size of house we were able to get for so much cheaper than what we were paying in Portland is wild. It's really wild. It's really, really awesome. I love our house. It's so beautiful. It's the biggest house we've lived in too for like it's cheaper in rent than we've paid probably in like 6, 7 years compared to Portland, where it's like 2,500 a month for 1,800 square feet. For me, that's mind blowing coming from the Bay Area and then Portland. So, yeah, it just feels so good to like finally be settling in, building our furniture. You can see I like have the space for this nice live stream background and nice live stream room now. Um, yeah, it feels so good. We've been wanting to make this move for so long, so freaking long. If you've been keeping up with me, especially my patrons, you've witnessed all of our false moves. We're like, we almost moved to Florida a year ago, and then we were going to move to San Diego. None of it worked out, none of it panned out. It just wasn't the right time. And finally, like the universe lined up, everything came together so perfectly for this move here. Um, and we're just so happy. I'm so happy to have sun and warmth and to be done with Portland winters because it was just getting to us. We were just getting so depressed every winter. And even just like 1 week in Florida, 1 week in the sunshine, and it's like the depression lifted. It's been so nice. I've really, really loved it. And we live in Sarasota. I know, and I have so many followers, in Florida, I've realized, so many customers and patrons, um, so many here in Florida. So I'm hoping to do some sort of meetup coming up in this next year, or like some sort of event here because there's so many people local to me now, which is really, really fun. Fatima said, "Where is the Monstera plant?" The Monstera did not come to Florida with us. I actually sold it to my friend. So it has a new home with our friends, which is great. But we will be getting new plants now that we're here. I want to put some plants in this whole background behind me here. So I'm ready to start anew with my plants. Just reading the chat a little bit here. Thank you so much, September. I love these shelves. Jake just set these up for me yesterday. Lauren said, I feel like you need some dangling plants from the top shelf. Yes, like some plants like coming down here and here, from the top. It really is like my book nook collection, how we created the like bookshelves. It's like I get to now create some bookshelves in real life. Okay, I'm just gonna sprinkle in a little bit of a darker blue just to kind of like define some of these blue shapes a little bit. Hey, get out of here. Hey, Maritza, welcome in. I see a suggestion for maybe trying a greener yellow in the background here. Let me see what that would look like. Hmm. Hello, Marie. Good morning from New Zealand. Hello. Happy Monday morning. You're in the future for us where it's still Sunday. So happy to have you here. Let's see, I don't want to overwhelm the backgrounds too much, but seeing about sprinkling in some of this more greenish yellow. Yeah, that looks lovely. And then what I'll do is I'll just pop back in some of my bright yellow here. And then maybe even grab my eraser and put a little bit of a white outline there. Thank you so much, Marisa. So glad you guys are liking this. Yeah, so right now I'm starting off just by creating tiles, Maritza, and these are going to come in to all of the headers and like every other element in this collection. But the general theme is kind of like a Mediterranean inspired theme with these beautiful tiles as our backdrops and then lemons as our like foreground items. So all of these are going to end up having like foreground lemons coming into play. All right, we think that one's done. All righty. I like feel like it needs a little bit more dark blue. Like just because it kind of, I feel like the contrast isn't 100% there, but maybe it doesn't need to have that level of contrast. I'm just like a contrast junkie. It's like my collections are usually so high contrast to an extreme. I don't do a lot of very muted things. But even just that, like a little bit of extra definition. Right? Just that little bit. Marina, I'll definitely consider some color variations. All right, beautiful. I love that. All right, let's move on and start another one. Seven down, 5 to go for this first run. And then once I have these 12 tiles done, I'll then get into working on one of our main headers. Okay. So we have a suggestion for a braided one next with some connecting circles. And what should we do color-wise? Should we do another one that's kind of like darker blue like this? Vanessa, I love how you have such a clear vision of every next tile. I like this one here with these interconnecting circles. Let's see. See about doing something like that. Hey Gemini, welcome in. I've been live for 2 hours and 20 minutes so far. I'm probably going to go for another 2 hours. Let's see. Vanessa said the one in the pic with dark blue and white with X and diamond shapes. Is that the one this one here? X and diamond. I feel like probably this is the one that I'm kind of looking at right now. Luna does love the new home, Nicola. Thanks so much for asking. Okay, the 11th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This one with kind of it's like similar to this, but kind of inverted. The dark blue background. Love that. Love it. Let's see, let's start to fill in maybe this whole background dark, and then maybe do some white braided sections on top, something like that. Actually, let's back that up. Oh, Maritza, I'm so sorry that your ankle is hurting. I hope it starts feeling better. And thanks so much for joining. And do the opposite where it's darker, closer to the inside, and then actually gets lighter as it fades out. All right, let's bring in some white now and kind of do some white circles matching these blue ones I did. Let's see. Okay, maybe something like that. And then maybe then we fill these in blue. It makes me so happy that you guys are loving this collection. I'm getting so excited about it. And I also cannot wait to start working on the lemons. But oh, I could draw these tiles all day. I could spend like 8 hours straight drawing these tiles. I swear. It's so, and like therapeutic is like the only word I can think. So lovely. Ooh, that's lovely. I love that. All right, I'm thinking now bringing a little bit of a light blue into the mix. Yeah, Tara, someone earlier was mentioning that they'd love a recolor of this as well, that it would really lend itself to all sorts of different colorways. I can even kind of like just for fun, and kind of show you almost what that would look like. This is just kind of sliding the colors around. It's always fun kind of seeing right off the bat what some different colorways look like. Welcome back, Holly. All right, I think that one's getting pretty close to done. Is there anything else I want to do here? Maybe just sprinkling in a little bit of this third type of blue. Okay, love that. I think that looks good to go. All right, 4 more tiles. Let me move this one over here. These are going to be really fun, like full page printables on Patreon with just a full page of these tiles. All right, Vanessa said all light yellow background, golden yellow primary, and dark blue secondary. I feel like also I should bring in some of this greenish yellow as well into some more of these. Ooh, wait, I just saw one. These are really nice. All right, more yellow, more yellow. So let's do one where we fill the whole background with yellow to start. Oh, Vanessa said maybe sneaking a lemon into this one. Let's see what we can do here. So let's grab this darker greenish yellow. Oh, Melly, I'm sending you so much love, so many good thoughts. Same for anybody thinking of anyone's people that they've lost. I know Mother's Day, just days like this in general, depending on your own personal situation, it can be a conflicting day, you know, and just so happy to have you here, Melly. I can't imagine losing a child, and just know we're all sending you so much love. Nicola said, missing my mom who died in 2014. Yeah, we definitely have some of those conflicting or some of those feelings in our house too. Jake lost his mom when he was young. So I'm always thinking about her on Mother's Day. But just sending so much love out to all of you today, no matter what it is you've gone through or what it is you're going through. So happy we can be here for each other. Wish I could give everybody a big hug. And for everyone having a hard day today, just so glad we can have this live stream to, it's like when anyone's having a hard time, I just feel like these streams are always like a very, I don't know, calming, grounding place for us. At least I know for me, they definitely are. And I know for some of you as well. So, again, if you're choosing to spend some of this day with me today, just very grateful, very happy to have you here. Hugs and lemons, exactly. I'm just kind of vibing with this one, not even really looking at the references too much. Tara said, even though the schedule is done in advance, it's crazy how there's always a live stream when I need it the most. It always seems to work out that way. Oh, I'm so happy you found us, Vanessa. We're so happy to have you here. Congratulations, Olympia. You got a raise. Amazing. I also do love that idea of maybe having some olive branches come in to meet our lemon subjects. I love that. Let's see, trying to decide where to go from here. I totally agree that these look like pineapples more than lemons. Let's see, what layer do I have those on? This one. So let me give these a little redo here. Try to make these look a little bit more lemony, a little less pineapple-y. I would need to like turn off the symmetry to give it only one leaf. Yeah, that's looking more lemony already, even with the double leaf. Yeah, I like that. That looks good. All right, let's bring in a little bit more blue. It's a bit of this kind of darker blue. Beautiful. All right, I think we're getting pretty close with this one here. I think I'll bring a little bit more of this like darker, more golden yellow to the background at the corners. And then maybe even a little bit more of a white in the middle. So it kind of is like a white to yellow gradient, like that. Like the idea of the golden yellow background circles. Holly said, is that Luna? If you hear a crinkling sound, yes, that is Luna buried in the closet somewhere. That's so funny. You guys can hear that. Yeah, she's, again, buried in this closet somewhere, sleeping on a box. All right. What do we think about that one? Done? Gemini said, what inspired this theme? Well, I can tell you what inspired this theme was, let me go to my Patreon and let me go to the search bar here. And type in theme. Why is it pulling up this old, freaking old post? Let me see here. Where are my new posts? Let me pull it up. Because what inspired this theme is that last month I asked my patrons for theme suggestions for this month's theme poll. And somebody just like out of left field suggested this theme. So I take no credit for it because somebody came up with this idea and I put it in the theme poll and then it won. But let me go, I want to give credit where credit is due here. So let me find the post I'm talking about. But there were so many good suggestions in that post and in the poll this month that some of them I'm definitely going to be bringing back. Okay, so here's the poll, the actual poll itself. So these were the options this month. This was the suggestion: Mediterranean lemons, blue tiles, Italy. And then ice cream shop, bubble bath, self-care, moon phases, ancient Greece, wildflowers, sea otters, and pirates. And then here is the theme suggestion post where I got 109 suggestions. So this is where I compiled the most popular suggestions into this month's theme poll. But let's see here. Here we go. Oh, it was Nick. Okay. If you guys don't follow Nick on Instagram, please do. First of all, Nick is awesome because it's one of our only not one of our only, but one of our few male patrons. And Nick creates, first of all, super amazing spreads. And I think he makes his own stickers as well. And he is just so sweet. And he actually created this reel that I reposted on my story the other day of him hosting like every month with his friends. He hosts this like bullet journaling what does he call it? Bujo Babes, the Bujo Babes. So he and some of his friends meet up to do bullet journaling together. It's so freaking cute. And like in this, he shows like each of their spreads that they all set up. It's so wholesome and so freaking adorable. But I got to give Nick a shout out. Stick with Nick Co. Stick with Nick Co. He's in the live streams a ton. He's so sweet. One of kind of a newer member of the Patreon fam, I want to say. But yeah, Nick had this incredible suggestion. So shout out to Nick. All right, let's work on another tile. I think this one is done. Actually, let me do a little extra white to kind of highlight some of these additional components here. Beautiful. All right, there we go. All right, let's scoot that one out of the way and move on to another tile. All right, what suggestions do we have here? Gemini said maybe another dark blue. Another dark blue tile to balance everything out. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe dark blue, but then with some yellow coming in as well. And maybe I'll actually make the background of it this like medium toned blue, a little more saturated. And what if I actually were to what if I were to actually bring yellow into the background as well? And start with kind of a two-toned base and then build on top of that. Gemini asked, what is my favorite color? Is it light blue? Because that's your shop color. My favorite color is I would say teal, like something in the teal family. If I had to choose one. So yeah, kind of like blue, like ranging from blue to teal. Olympia asked, is this the first page or third page of the monthly kit? So right now, actually, I wasn't even making these with the idea that this is going to be a page. I was just starting by creating tiles so I can bring those in to create our first sheet of headers. But I mean, this on its own would be a really gorgeous single page. So we'll see. I like the idea of having a full decorative page of the tiles, but I'm not sure like what size they would be. If I'm going to leave them as is like this on its own page, we'll see. But for now, I'm really just making these to bring into the headers. Okay, I like that. I'm inspired by this like circular, this one with all these circular leaves. Let me maybe even try editing my, let me do rotational symmetry. Okay, this is going to be fun. So, oh, okay, you guys, this is going to be fun. All right, rotational symmetry. So you'll see how that's different here. Let's bring in some white. Oh, and I definitely want this to be on this lower layer, background layer. Okay, check it out. Oh, rotational symmetry. Hello. Okay, that's freaking cool. Okay, let's bring in some dark blue into this. uh, hey, Mandy. So happy to see you here. And I'm laughing so hard, well, I'm not laughing so hard. I'm internally laughing very hard at Antoinette saying that rat egg and jump scare Jesus are forever in Planning with K history. So rat egg is that I think it was that there was like a misspelling of Ray Beth's name in the chat, and then it like auto corrected to rat egg. But then we just called Ray Beth rat egg for the rest of that stream, and it was so funny. So now Ray Beth is just eternally rat egg. And we gotta love jump scare Jesus. This rotational symmetry is fun. Very fun. Holly, so that you turn on the symmetry tool by going to your little wrench and then edit drawing guide. So you want to make sure drawing guide is on and then edit drawing guide. And this is where you can choose to do a grid, do symmetry, which is on the right here. And then the options under symmetry have your different types of symmetry. Sneaky lemon. Nick, you're here. I just gave you a huge shout out, Nick, because I had to give you credit for this incredible theme suggestion. And you're literally in Italy right now. What the hell? I mean, how perfect is that? Here's what we've been working on so far, Nick. And seriously, thank you for this suggestion. It was so out of left field. It's something I've like never even really considered, but already people are losing their mind over this theme. So thank you. Thank you so much for the suggestion. This is why I love like crowdsourcing the theme ideas from you guys, because if I had to stick to just choosing themes myself, it would not be as creative and as varied as it is, because I get ideas from you guys and ideas from my patrons. Um, Gemini asked, what other layouts have you made besides the tiles? So far, the tiles is all we've created so far. We've only been working on the tiles, and then we're going to use these throughout the rest of the sticker sheets. Down bad crying at the gym. Nick's Instagram is Stick with Nick Co. Stick with Nick Co. This rotational symmetry is everything. I've never done rotational symmetry before. All right, let's see. What do we want to do in here? Okay, rotational symmetry is so fun. I'm glad I discovered that so the rest of our tiles can incorporate that, because it is very, very fun. Hey, Erica, welcome in. So rotational symmetry is different because it basically mirrors it in a circle instead of it being a reverse image of each other. So these other ones here, oops, hang on. There's a little bit of yellow that's made its way where it doesn't belong. But yeah, so instead of it being like a mirror where it's opposite, it instead kind of like mirror or copies it in a circle. I don't know, kind of hard to describe with words, but you can definitely see the difference. Like when you're using it, it's really easy to feel the difference. Exactly, Vanessa. It like wraps it around. So when I do a shape here, it is copying that in a rotational way where you can see the shape is not flipped around the other way. Instead, it just takes the same shape I drew and puts it here, 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 etc. Versus the mirrored symmetry, if I do that shape right here, then it flips it upside down and puts it at the bottom, and it flips it to the left and puts it on the left and flips it to the right. Okay, I see we're not loving the dark blue swirl. Copy that. I hear you. Get rid of the dark blue swirl. Let me also now, once again, get rid of some of these stray marks that are reaching over. Where is this coming from? Okay, from there. Maybe just in white. Okay. Wow, the dark swirls were uh we feel very conflicted. Some people love them. Okay, well how about we, instead of making them like tentacles, how about we make them more like those hang on, let me think. Let me grab this more saturated blue. Maybe make them a little bit more viney instead of tentacly. Tentacly. How about something like this? Luna, why are you meowing in there? What do we think about that? That's better, huh? Antoinette. Oh, man. Okay, do we need anything else in this? I feel like maybe a little white texture like that. Yes, I did see that, Rebarella, the video, the new Planner Pals podcast talking about the cost of Go Wild and all of that. And that's the thing is that like for Jess, it's because she's from New Zealand. It's like obviously like most people going to Go Wild are traveling within the US. It is still super expensive. The ticket alone is, what, $700 or something like that, 600 and something. Maybe it's like between 6 and 800. It's a very expensive ticket, but for Jess, I know that like the majority of that cost is because she's traveling from New Zealand to the United States for it. Exactly. Olympia said the ticket alone for New Zealand is 1200. So that's where it's like the cost for Jess is like going on an to an out of country vacation, It's just for Go Wild. Um so yeah, Jess had to spend a crazy amount of money to go to Go Wild. But it is because it's like the farthest away you can possibly travel for it. Which makes more sense. But yeah, Go Wild is similar, I feel like to me, like, it's similar to, like, I don't know, what can I compare it to? Almost like a music festival in how expensive it is. It's like a very expensive music festival ticket. Um And it just is such a personal thing of if it's worth it, for everybody that goes to Go Wild, it's like I think it's like it's their thing. It's like their trip, one trip a year that they get to go for themselves, especially like there's so many moms, so many women who this is like their girl trip where they get to go hang out with their friends and meet up with their friends. And it is very interesting though, because it is not a cheap event. It is not a cheap convention. So it's a big decision to make if you're going to go. And I'm constantly impressed each year seeing how many people are willing to pay that amount to go because it is not, it's such an expensive ticket. But you can see how for so many people, it's so worth it to go year after year. You know, it is like the people that go and that find it worth it, it's because like it's almost like that's their yearly vacation. Like that's their thing. That's the trip that they go on that like it feeds their soul, you know. It's not a casual event that you just are like, like I'll go, like why not? It really is an investment um in the experience of it. And that's also where, I can't really speak I can't really speak on it from that perspective either, because I've been fortunate enough that the 2 years that I've gone, it's because I've been invited by Go Wild as like a, like I haven't had to pay for the ticket, you know? Um, this year I was a speaker, I did a workshop there, I was a sponsor. So, my ticket was comped as well as a couple nights of my hotel as well. I'm very grateful and very privileged to say that, because I definitely would not have gone if I had to pay for the ticket. My first year, I knew about Go Wild, but the whole reason I went the first time is because they invited me to go for free. So I was like, well, yeah, I'll figure out how to pay for my hotel and my flights, if the since the ticket is free. Now that I've gone, even if the ticket wasn't free, I would definitely find a way to pay for it and go the next years. I think I'll probably continue to be able to go without paying for the ticket, because I'm going to keep doing, I'm just going to keep being involved in the event. So there's a good chance that I might not have to pay for a ticket in the future. But now that I've gone twice, I'm like fully sucked in. I'm fully sold on Go Wild. So if next year I were to have to pay for my ticket myself, I would go. For me, it's absolutely worth it. And obviously it's also different because, with Just Two, it's like it's a business write-off as well for us. Like it's a business trip, you know? So that makes it a whole nother thing. And Olympia said, when I come, I want to go to Shop Summit too, just to make the most of that. I love that. The other good thing to know too is, if it ever ends up close to you guys, like in a city that's close to you, the Shop Summit event, if you're somebody who's interested in like starting a sticker shop, or honestly, like the Shop Summit has really amazing speeches, even if you don't have a business, but you're just kind of interested. The Shop Summit event is a separate ticketed event, and I think it's like $100 or $150 or something like that for that one day. So it's kind of nice to know that that's like a separate event if you don't want to go to the full Go Wild. There's like that one, the day before is Shop Summit, and that's a separate ticket. Gina asked, is it always in Texas? No, it's a different city every single year, and they kind of try to bounce it around between the different parts of the country. So I feel like this next year, it's either going to be on the West Coast or the East Coast, now that they've done something in the middle. And they did Washington, D.C. the year before. So there's a good chance it'll be on the West Coast, or even I'm crossing my fingers for Florida. I think there's a good chance it could potentially be more on like in the southeast. But I think West Coast is probably most likely. That's what I'm guessing. I have not been to the West Coast Planners Conference. I've actually never been to any other planner conference or event. Go Wild is the only time I've been to any event like that. Atlanta would be so fun. Okay. I feel like this tile is done. What do you guys think? Are we done with this one? Olympia, when I meet you, I'll cry too, and we'll just hug and cry on each other. I know Olympia has a trip planned to come to United States in 2026, to the West Coast, and my family lives in LA, so I'm definitely going to coincide a trip to LA when Olympia is visiting in 2026. Absolutely. And we're just going to cry all over each other. All right, we got 2 more tiles to do. And also for anybody here who isn't a patron, if you would like to see me continue creating these sticker designs, I will be continuing these designs in my Patreon live streams this coming week. Let me actually pull up my Patreon schedule really quick, so we can see when the next, let's go to collections. Collections, live monthly live stream schedules. Oh, did I not put this month's live stream schedule in this collection? Let's go back here to live streams, live stream posts. Shima asked, have I ever done a month of digital bullet journaling? No, I've never done any digital bullet journaling. Okay, here we go. So I'll give you guys this just so you can look at the rest of the live stream schedule. So public streams, I'm doing another public live stream the next 2 Sundays. The next month's one is going to be a bullet journaling stream, and then this will probably be another sticker design stream. And then we have 3 Patreon streams coming up this week. One on Tuesday, one on Thursday, and one on Friday. These are all going to be sticker design live streams. So it's all going to be working on this new collection, as well as these 2 on the 21st and the 23rd. So if you guys are wanting to continue watching me work on these designs, since we're probably going to be going for about another 30 minutes to an hour today, you can join my $10 Patreon tier to get access to all of these live streams, or you can join my $3 tier to get 2 of these sticker design streams here. Gina said, did you ever do May's weekly setups? That is going to be this live stream next Sunday. That's where I'm going to be setting up the rest of my May weekly spreads. Luna, what are you doing in there? Are you in the box? Luna found a box in the closet. I just opened up the door and she just has her little head sticking out of the box, like. Okay, let's do another rotational symmetry tile. All right, what do we need here? Do we need another one that's really dark like this one? What do you guys think? I'm thinking like this, but maybe not blue on the background, but instead blue for some bigger elements. Let's see. Let me go back. A dark one with circular elements, kind of a round one. Let me actually see about maybe filling the rest of the background in. This is so satisfying. Let me also grab this more saturated one. Should I bring any yellow into this one as well? Oh, let me also actually cut and paste this to my background layer. Muted yellow, I like that. Or maybe, that's nice. Okay, maybe back to white now. See you later, Carrie. Gemini asked, is it mostly middle-aged people at Go Wild? What's the normal age range? The normal age range, I would say, is from early 20s and up, with probably the highest concentration age-wise being between like 30 and 50. So yes, I would say like pretty middle aged. It's like pretty widespread. It's very adult. There's not a lot of like not a lot of people under drinking age, and I would say like fewer people in their early 20s and such. I think it just makes sense because of the price tag on it. I think it tends to skew a little bit older. But yeah, I would say the average age is like I probably I would say the average age feels like it's around 35, something like that. And yes, Sophie, anybody can go wild. I'm scrolling back up, Ray Beth. If I ever get to meet Kay, I'll have to make a shirt that says, "Hi, it's me, Rat Egg." Please, please do. It'll be iconic. Turn off low power mode. Um, but yeah, like I feel very in I'm 29 and there's a lot of people in my age range at Go Wild, but it also goes older, definitely older. And I would say there aren't a ton of people there younger than me, like 20s. I would say again, probably 30s and 40s is like the most represented age group. There are quite a lot of older folks though, like 50 to 70. It's definitely the kind of thing where you'll see like mothers and daughters, older mothers and daughters there together. You'll see groups of friends who are all in their 50s and 60s, and then groups of friends that are in their 20s and 30s. Um, but yeah, definitely, like, you don't see a lot of, like, college-aged students there, Gemini, exactly like you said, because, of the price. And Sophie, I believe the ticket for Go Wild is, like, $700 or something like that, and that's just the ticket. You then obviously need to figure out, like, hotel and travel, so it's pretty costly. Gina said, I'm 55. You would fit right in, Gina. It's similar, I would say, to our live streams, except our live streams maybe skew a little bit younger because we do have quite a few people in their 20s. Um, So it's like a little bit older. It's also because of the origins of Go Wild is more in the OG planner groups from like the early 2010s. Um, so that's where there's a lot of like millennials at Go Wild. Millennial and Gen X is highly represented, not quite so many Gen Zers. Yes, Holly. So they Go Wild is very conscious about being accessible to people with to people with disabilities. Because the person who founded Go Wild, Jeanette, actually has ALS and is in a fully like motorized wheelchair. Um, so the event is like specifically catered to accommodate disabled people because of the founder being disabled. So it's very much like being ADA accessible and all of that, I think, is something that they're always very conscious of. My mom is 55 too and felt right at home at Go Wild. Such a great community. I know they Go Wild gives me a very similar feeling to these live streams community wise. It's like so positive, so inclusive, at least from my experience being there. It just is like it's like the energy of these streams in real life is kind of what it feels like. So I don't know, it's very special for me. It's something that, like, I feel like I wouldn't really be able to find somewhere else, which is why for me, it's something I wanna keep going to year after year. Because as somebody in this niche, getting to be in a space with, like, 1,500 other people that get it is pretty priceless. But I've definitely been seeing just that there's people talking about wanting to create similar vibe, like events with a similar vibe, but cheaper, things that are more accessible, maybe a little less grand, but give the same feeling. And I see people wanting to start that more on a local level. So I hope to see more events like this start where people can feel that energy and be in a space of like minded people like Go Wild, but making it more financially accessible, I think would be uh, is an amazing thing that I definitely think we need more of. So yeah, I would love to do, at some point, like host some sort of like weekend trip for some bullet journaling folks in our community. Um, I don't know, just being able to like do these like in-person meetups would be so, so fun. I love the idea of a Zoom meetup, Holly. I've always wanted to do that, and maybe I can finally make that happen this year. All right, we got 2 more tiles to finish. So let me get back to it so I'm not getting too distracted. We're going to be able to like perfectly finish all of these tiles today. And maybe I can start piecing them together into some header backgrounds before we call it a day. Okay, what do you guys think of this one? Should I add too much more to it? I'm liking it a little simpler. Yellow dots instead of blue. All right, there we go. All right, one more tile. All right, what is this one gonna look like? Let's see. Let's scoot this down here. Yeah, I could definitely have this be its own sheet. This would be a fun bonus sheet. I find myself often making bonus decorative sheets because I just can't limit myself. So I do like the idea of maybe this can be a bonus sheet because I definitely want a decorative sheet that also has the lemons on it. But would make it a fantastic sheet all on its own. Okay. So color wise, what are we missing? What do we need here? And yes, I'm definitely going to put these tiles together to create our headers. Gemini said, "What is a Patreon goal that you have?" Such a good question. So, my big goal this year for Patreon is I want to get back to my all-time high. So, the peak of my Patreon was in 2020. Around I think July or August of 2020 is when I had my highest number of patrons. And then after 2020 is when my life just kind of like went to shambles, and that's when I was just super behind on stuff. Patreon rewards took forever to ship. It went down and down and down. And now throughout this year, we've been growing really fast again, just being consistent, shipping things out on time. I'm sure you guys have noticed. I've had my shit together this year, and it feels really, really good. But so my goal is I really want to get Patreon back up to an all-time high. I think by the end of this year, I can maybe do it. I think I can maybe do it. And how many was that? I'm always forgetting. Right now, I have 417 paid patrons, and then I have another 650 free patrons. By the way, you can join my Patreon for free if you're not already. So 417 is where I'm at right now. And I think 700 is where I was at my high. No, that's a lie. 537. 537. So I'm only 120 away. I think I can get 120 new paid patrons this year, especially because I got 650 free patrons. So I only need 150 of them to move up to a paid tier. Even if it's just $1, that would still count, you know? I look at the monthly like payout I get as well, and it'd be really cool to beat my high there. But if I can just beat the number of paid patrons, That would be amazing. I definitely think I can do that. TJ just joined my $15 Patreon tier. Thank you so much, TJ. So excited to have you. Your Book Nook stickers will ship this coming week, so you should get those in the mail pretty fast. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, let's see. We have some suggestions for this tile. Another white and blue one. Okay, so like the similar to this one. Leafy blue and white. Perfect. Okay, let's do that. Something similar to this one, but we'll do it with the rotational symmetry. So let's do a lighter blue. And let's also maybe do something kind of like these. Let's see here. Let's see, playing around with this rotational symmetry here. Actually, let me undo this so I do it on the right layer. Good morning, Beck. Welcome in. I'm so happy you're able to make towards the end of the stream. I think we'll probably go for another like 30, 45 minutes or so, but so happy to see you, Beck. Here's what we've created today so far. And TJ and Raybeth, so happy to have you guys here. Seriously, so happy to have you here. I definitely relate to just falling out of the hobbies and the things you love when really traumatic, bad things happen in life. And it's a really great feeling to finally be able to get back into those things, to come back to the communities that you love, you know? So I'm just very grateful to have you guys here. Yes, Holly, I am supporting the SWPC is what it's called, which is the Lauren Tappan. What's SWPC stand for? I know PC stands for Planner Conference, and SW what like South South something. But yeah, that's a UK planner conference that Lauren's involved with that I'm going to be donating some stickers to. Kind of looking at back at this one. Making this one extra leafy. All right, let's bring in some of my other blue tones, just like that previous one. Yeah, Beck. So here are all my inspiration photos for this collection. So you can see I'm really wanting lemons to be like the foreground subject, with these tiles as a backdrop, and maybe some other like Mediterranean influences coming in. But lemons is going to be the main foreground focus. Melly ordered some stickers on Wednesday and really looking forward to them. Thank you so much for your order, Melly. I appreciate that so much. And I cannot wait for you to get your stickers. All right, that's starting to look pretty good. Definitely same vibe as this one. Ooh, cute. Love that little detail there. All right, what do you guys think about that one? Done? Oh, Anya, it makes me so happy to hear. Anya said, I just got an order in the mail and I ordered more last Sunday and I'm already thinking of ordering again. I just love your stickers so much. Oh, thank you so much. Seriously, just makes my heart so happy to hear that. I love making stickers for all of you and for myself. That's the thing, I'm my own best customer. I'm always using my own stickers, so knowing that you guys love the stickers as well just makes me so happy. All right, I'm kind of thinking of putting maybe a dark blue outline around each of these squares. So when I start to piece them together, the outline kind of automatically acts kind of like the grout between the tiles and gives us a little definition. So it really looks like a standalone tile. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this tile in, or this border in. These turned out so good. I am also obsessed. I kind of like when I create these, I kind of, it's like I know I'm the one making them, but sometimes it kind of feels like a little bit like an out of body experience where once I finish, I'm like, damn, like whoever made these did a good job. Again, I think it's kind of like it feels like such a collaborative process for me. And also, again, I kind of like I don't know, I kind of zone out a little bit in the process. So it's like this, where once it's done, I'm like, did I make these? Did I do that? And the answer is yes, she did that. Tuttle said, I really like that you also take suggestions during the process. It's what makes it. It's the fact it's a collaboration that I'm able to get insight and ideas from you guys. It really is what makes it. My stickers just simply would not churn out as good if I didn't have you guys here to help in the process. I'm just kind of adding a couple little finishing details to some of these, like a little bit of a shadow here so we can kind of see that these are kind of like overlapping each other. I feel like this whole time I felt like this one has needed a little extra dark blue around this yellow. Ray Beth, I like it's like Tom Hanks in Castaway. Look what I've created. Okay, wow. Look at those. Fun. Freaking love it. Now, again, I'm just kind of looking at each one and seeing if I see any bits that could use a little something something. I feel like this greenish yellow, I need to put it like in like one other spot to tie it in. Maybe on this one here. It will also just get tied in by the lemons, but even before then. Sprinkling in some of this greenish, darker greenish yellow in here. So we got some consistency. Oops. Okay, I have to be careful here because I'm got to turn off my symmetry tool. Otherwise, I'm accidentally drawing on other parts of the page and not realizing it. Snaps to that, Ray Beth. Ray Beth said, I'm so glad I got out of a mentally abusive relationship and now have a husband that treats me like a queen. Snaps. All right. There we go. Tiles are done. We're at a little over 4 hours, so we're pretty much done for today. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this file. Okay. And I am going to merge all of this together now. Okay. And let's first duplicate this and let's Let's see here. I'm going to rearrange these a little bit to kind of create an even balance here. Okay, so I'm going to squish all of these together into one single block. I imagine this kind of being like a full page printable. Bye, Mama. Thanks so much for being here. Happy Mother's Day. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, so here's what they all look like together. Stunning. Let's grab that. And what I'm going to do right off the bat is I'm going to bring this over to my printables folder, and I'm going to fill a whole page with a repeating pattern of those. Because I already know right off the bat that I want a full page printable for you guys. The printables always get posted to Patreon. Let's delete all these. I just hear Luna rustling. And then what I'll do is I'll flip this vertically like this. Beautiful. And now we'll duplicate that and then flip it like this. Wow, look at that. Well, that is absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Okay. I'm going to copy that again. And actually, you know what? Let's create just a small, like kind of a small version. Actually, no. You know what? Let me not get carried away with the printables right now. I just wanted to create that for now. Leave that there. Let's go back here. Okay, and now let me first start off by creating 5 rectangles, which will be my 5 headers. Let's fill the page with those. So we're not going to get to making any lemons today because I'm almost done with the stream. But Tuesday is my next Patreon stream. I'll open that stream up to $1 patrons and up. It's originally scheduled for $3 patrons. I'll open that up to $1. So if you want to join the $1 tier, you can watch Tuesday's live stream where we're going to start working on the lemons. Holly said, for the UK convention, when you pay for a ticket, is it like Go Wild, where you get the ticket for the convention and you have to take spare money to get things from the booths? I'm not sure, Holly. I've never been to the UK convention, so I'm not sure what the deal is. But normally with conventions like that, you get a lot of free things, but you can also usually purchase things from the like vendor booths. Just depends. Just depends. Each convention is different, so I am not sure. Okay, so we got 5 horizontal boxes. Fatima said, I have to up my tier slowly with every live stream so no one notices, including myself. I love that. Okay, so now that I got those down, I'm going to take these tiles and I'm going to make them the same height as my boxes here. And now I can hear Jake has been assembling furniture this whole time. I'm excited to see what he has out there. So, what I was kind of thinking here is that each one would have some tile background, but then also maybe kind of like fade to a solid color, maybe dark blue, with the lemons then hanging over the dark blue solid background, kind of as to like not clutter the headers too much. So, let me see if I can. I'm going to and try to end at 4 hours and 30 minutes. So just go another 10 minutes or so. But let me see if I can execute this idea that I had. Do we want to keep them big like this, or do we want them to be like half-sized? Bigger lets you really appreciate the detail versus having them be smaller would just kind of make it look. Maybe I'll do kind of like an in-between. Actually, I don't know. Let me grab this dark blue. do like that idea of maybe doing some die cuts of this collection. That is something I'm going to be getting into. And kind of just show you, why I'm thinking this dark blue. It's because then imagine, some lemon illustrations coming in here, branches coming in, a bowl of lemons. I don't know, all sorts of stuff. Vanessa said just pledged on Patreon. Woohoo! So excited to have you. But yeah, I'm just imagining the lemons would pop so perfectly on this dark blue. But so then here's the other way we could do it is we could do something like this as well. And this would make it look more like, a tile mosaic, like a tile wall. Yeah, kind of like the patchwork quilt style that you're talking about, Ray Beth. And then we would have the big tiles. Oops. As the decorative stickers. Holly, the next public live stream, yes, is next Sunday at the same time. Oh, yes, we could definitely do some of each. Some big, some small. So I'll just first make my small versions. Okay, there's 3 small versions. And I'm not fully sold on the dark blue background either. And I think we'll really decide on that background color when it comes to putting the lemons on top. Because I do, it's like something a little lighter, like that softness, I feel like maybe is suiting this a little bit more. And then we can have those nice punchy lemon illustrations on top. Like that's very nice. And then I'm thinking maybe 2 of the smaller tile and 3 of the larger tile, like that. Maybe I do the darker blue for 2 of them. Like maybe for the small tile. Something like that. And the only reason I wasn't going to do lemon Fatima is because the lemon lemon is yellow is because the lemon illustrations will be going on top. So I figured that a blue background will probably suit the lemon illustrations a little bit better. And again, I think these backgrounds they'll be subject to change once I start creating my lemon illustrations on top. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of love for the dark blue. And I do think that the dark blue is really going to make the lemons pop. So how about for now, I'll leave everything dark blue, knowing that, we might make some adjustments um, as we actually start to put our lemon illustrations on there. And Holly, I see your suggestion of maybe making the blue a little bit lighter, almost like it's like fabric. I like that idea. I'm adding a little bit of this lighter, more saturated blue to it. And then last thing, at least I think last thing I want to do really quick is I want to do a dark blue outline around each box. See you later, everybody that's headed out. I'm really close to being done here. So if you're leaving, you won't really miss out on much. I'm going to go for like, I don't know, another 5 minutes. I need to call it quits here in a second. Oh, actually, I can just copy and paste this. I'm very excited to put my lemons in here. See you later, Holly. I'm sorry to hear your pain is getting bad, but I hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I'll see you next Sunday. Let's put this right here. All right. I'm going to grab a little bit of a lighter blue and see about just overlaying a little bit of texture on top of this dark blue. Ooh, Beck, this would match the lighthouse collection so well. All right. Wow. This is gorgeous. I could leave it like this, if I didn't have already the plan of bringing the lemons in. I could call these headers done as is, but I'm very like ugh, the foreground lemons are just going to make it. I'm so excited about that. Karen suggested maybe a water texture on top of these. Ooh, okay, Karen. You have a vision. Oh, that is cool. That is very cool. It brings that little bit of texture in that I was hoping for. And it kind of makes it look almost like a thin kind of material, like a thin cloth of sorts. I'm just trying to decide on the direction of this water. Exactly, like a tablecloth over a tile table. Hmm. I'm actually going to do this on a different layer so I can kind of play around with that texture a little bit. But also, I'm like, what if I actually did one of these cloth textures? Where are those? I've used one before. Oh, organic, maybe. Yeah, I did like the water better than these ones. I think the texture I'm thinking that I used before is actually something that I imported in. This is kind of fun though. I like that kind of stone look as well. What I'll do is I'll hide that. I'll do a new layer again with the water, and then we can just quickly decide between those before I call it a day. As you guys know, it's hard for me to stop always. I think I like this one. What do you guys think? Water texture or like stone texture? I think I like the stone texture myself. And the chat agrees. Excellent. All right. And maybe the last thing she says, I know we really like the dark blue, so I don't think I actually even need to play around with the color, actually. No. Exactly, Karen. We just want some visual interest. I agree. Okay. Well, guys, that is where we are going to call it a day. What an amazing first sticker design live stream of this new theme, this Mediterranean inspired tile and lemon theme. We've made such good progress today. So, this is where we're going to call it a day. We've got our backgrounds for our headers completely finished. And on Tuesday, during my $1 and up Patreon live stream, I'm going to start creating some lemons to put on top of this. Maybe not just lemons, too. We might also have some like olive branches coming in. I was also thinking, I was really inspired by this reference photo, um, like this one and this one with the little pots. So I'm thinking that maybe having some like stone pillars, kind of like the stone from my Secret Garden collection, that like old stone, maybe having that come in. As some like pots for the lemons, or even like having like a little stone pillar coming up, like a Greek vibe pillar with lemons on top of it. Um, but yeah, I was really inspired by these two here. So I love the idea of something like that coming in, overhanging branches. I love these references where the lemons come in from the edge of the page. So kind of like coming in from the corner like that, little pots of lemons, like little bunches of lemons. Oh, this reference picture. This was one I was very inspired by. So I like the idea of lemons coming in, maybe some tan, stone pillars coming in. Can't you just imagine? Can you imagine like a little pillar coming up from the bottom with a lemon perched on it, and then a lemon branch coming in, and then a little dwarf tree lemon pot here, and then another branch coming in? Karen edging lemons. But yeah, I see it in my head and I'm obsessed. So I'm very excited for Tuesday for us to get into the lemon part of this collection. Um, but yeah, that is it for today, guys. So thank you so much for joining. This was such a fun live stream. Such a pleasure to get to hang out with you guys for several hours on this lovely Sunday. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend, or a wonderful rest of your Monday, depending where in the world you are. Let me take a final sip of my yerba and say cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to everybody who joined Patreon today. Thank you for your help creating this new collection. And I will see my patrons on Tuesday. And if you're not a patron, I have another public live stream coming up next Sunday. So I'll see you guys then. In the meantime, have a wonderful rest of your day. And thank you guys so much for being here. Bye, everybody.